It's you!
Hello? Hello? Hi, chat? A Tiffany simply isn't rolling out of bed at 3 p.m. I see. Hello. Rats, I hope you're enjoying Shadowbringers. If you're listening to me, I hope you're enjoying it. Also, hello, Ariel. Hi, VK. Hello, Pina. Tippins, Tato. And Techno. Hello. How's everybody doing? This is my April Fool's to you guys. I've become eatable. Also waffles. I hope you're enjoying. I hope you're having a good lurk. Farming in Warframe. Are you farming so you can play with tuna? I'll just hang out down here. April Fools, but cute. A little bit of chaos, even. Sorry, but yes, good luck. I'm small. I'm a little small. This is my April Fool's to you guys. This model that I've been holding on to for almost a year now. Do a flip. Hold on. I can't flip. There you go. Oh, double music. Oopsie, my game music was on. Hee. I can do a spin even. A spin. You wish to put in mouth and hold like alligator? Just a little gremlin. I can dance a bit. If you guys don't recognize the model, These were gifts for Tuna last year. So I actually have tunas. I have tunas, little small as well. But hello, a small Guma today. This is the April Fools. This is how I celebrate. I do a little wiggle. I get a little angry. Wait. I can do this. There you go. Okay, there we go. Perfect. This is how I'm gonna stream now. I'll stream from here. That works, right? Welcome in new. I am Small Guma. I'm Small Bear today. The rattleable Guma, even. Hi, V-Dog. Oh, hold on. I'll get to work. See. I'm getting to work. Now I blend in with my chatting screen, right? Can I get you a coffee? I feel like I'm more size appropriate for my just chatting screen now. Whee! You're my manager now? Okay. This is now Cafe Atelier. This is no longer Cafe Morimitsu. How are you, B-Dog? How's it going? Yeah, I don't know why I've been holding on to this monitor for so long. So I was just like, you know, I think April 1st is a good time to suddenly become small and That's good to hear. Glad you're good. I hope you didn't get tricked today. This is happy trust issues. Day of trust issues. Needed the best moment. Oh. What else do I got? I'll stay like this. This is work mode Guma now. But I am gonna do open lobby hunts. They're just gonna be some event quests from World. It is Hansu Young's birthday. It is. Have you been seeing Black Box's illustrations? Oh my god, I've been crying. Hey, how's it going, duo? Thank you for the stretch. I will do a big stretch like this. But I hope you're having a good day at work. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. Why did that open my notepad? Why was that the quick key for notepad? Okay. Anyways. It's also Usopp's birthday. Wow, there's so many birthdays. You're so blessed. The small is so himkin cute, right? I'm so happy. Please send me the covers. Yes. I'll bother you. So many good birthdays today on April Fools. Sorry, no free feet. No free dogs today. I'll just be here like this. Can I get you a coffee? So how did I enjoy the Xeno fight? Oh, it was fun. Wait, you did it with me, didn't you? Oh no. Or somebody did I had Duck. Who else did I have? There was Hanako in chat. There was can't remember who. No. Well, if you're not at work today, you're welcome to join. Yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to go into the jet stratting screen so that you can see the small. I'll be moving over to my gaming screen. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure I'm on the right. What's this? What is this source? Is this an accident? Did I accidentally rename this? Oh my god, I accidentally renamed this. I'm a fool. Okay, hold on. Let me fix this. It's gonna bother me. Game screen. Why did I rename it? That's interesting. Anyways. I'll move over here where you can see what I'm actually doing. A coffee with 7 sugars, with 7 sugar cubes and 3 shots of espresso just for you, Pina. I'll even give you 4 shots. You can have a little chaos today as a treat. Let's see. Move over some. 4 of them as a treat. Let me get the code. What am I right now? I'm a hunter rank 22. But what rarity weapon am I using? Equipment info. Ah, rarity 7. Okay. We'll do, let's see. Okay. ID is here. Actually, these are event quests, so there's I don't really care too much about the weapons. Hello? My pin? Why can I not pin? Why are you not letting me pin? Hold on. I can open a browser for this. Pin! There we go. Oh god, that was weird hearing my voice. Yeah, Pina's gonna be... No. Pina's gonna be just great. She's gonna be just fine. Also, I love the tuna boogie so much. I kind of want to get one. I am debating it. Hi, Wombat. Good morning. How are you? How are you? Let me also send a ping in the Discord. Make sure people know that I am playing in case they want to jump in. Opening hours. Reply. Hunters. Oops. That was just Duckmaster. There you go. Okay. There is a quick dinky little thing. Remember to set the pin so it doesn't auto pin. Yeah. I think I did it until end of stream, so hopefully we should be good. Don't gotta do anything there. Yeah, I can't remember what we were doing last. We were working on the Dante set, I think. I have to check. Just woke up. Well, good morning. Have you had breakfast yet? And if so, what is the plan for breakfast? Hope everyone's had a good day so far. I had kind of a rough Monday, I feel like. It was really... Oh, wait, what's that? Yeah, that's fine, I'll take it. I have points. I ended up just immediately devouring a burger on the way home because I was just like, I don't feel like cooking. I had a rough Monday. I deserve a treat. Your cats are taking up 60% of your bed. I'm so sorry, Pina. I'm so sorry. Game audio doko. Oh, also I need to change my game too. That'd be a good idea. I know how to stream. Oops, that's the wrong one. Monster Hunter World. Done. Game audio. Coco. I should also turn on my music. I had some music going for a bit. Who? Wait. Did my game change? Why did it set itself to just chatting again? What game? Tell me I'm in Monster Hunter. Tell me I'm in Monster Hunter. I am. Perfect. No! What are you trying to get at Mog Station, Rav? Also, hello. How are you? Good evening. Says Monhun. Okay. No. It should be Monhun. I was in just chatting, but for some reason my OBS, when I changed it over to Monhun, it swapped back to just chatting. So I actually had to check the web browser to make sure that it actually said just chatting. Gonna duck down to the store and grab your favorites. Ooh, okay. What is your favorite cereal, Wombat? I don't often eat cereal. When I do, it's usually a sugary treat, so I usually get mini wheats because I like the frosted sugar on it. Trying to redeem your Dawn Trail pre-order. Oh, yes. I will pre-order that soon. Eventually. Yeah. What you been up to? Have you been caught up with Endwalker yet, Ruff? Are you done? I'm sorry. I know a couple people who are in Shadowbringers, so I just want to make sure. What up there? Yeah, the song's been living rent-free in my mind. I already talked to you. Why are you smacking your head on the desk, Tina? Yeah, also, usually when I go to Costco, it's usually mini wheats that are available, so that's just like the preference because I'll just buy a big old thing of it. I can't buy the big old thing now because I can't eat that much cereal on my own. I would get it before when my best friend and I were living together. Pina, why have you not made your hamster your own emote? Is that a hamster or is that a cat? Am I blind? Am I crazy? Actually, Pina, why have you not just drawn yourself a hamster as an emote? That'd be a great idea. Haven't been playing it. You've been stuck on Venice Batty. Venice, you will have to remind me what that is without too many spoilers, because I know I have a friend lurking who is in barely started Shadowbringers right now. Venice Batty, Venice Batty. Sultana Brown and Ilchuk. Ooh. Those are tasty. Yeah, I usually eat anything with like oats. Oats is tasty too. I usually like to have some granola at home. I just keep forgetting to buy yogurt because I'm like, I'm not in the mood for yogurt and I don't want it to go bad. Level 84. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Go-tos are mini wheats and a honeycomb for dessert. Ooh. Wait. Honeycomb? Like actual honeycomb? Or are you talking about like the honeycomb candy? Oh, you'll chuck them inside. Okay. I was like, I'll chuck, huh? That sounds so good though. Anything, honestly, yeah, oat's good. Oat's very good. Yay, max potions. I have those available now. And just dancing away to the song. What do I need with it? Mega nutrients. Oh, okay. I don't think oh yeah, I have to start crafting some other stuff. Oh wait, dang it. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's so helpful. I didn't know you could do that. Cereal processed wheat flour. Oh, I've never heard of honeycomb as like as a cereal. I have to figure that out. Make 3 of them because I think I need a bit. Honestly though, baklava, that sounds good too. I'm glad I'm not hungry. All this food sounds really tasty, but thankfully it's not making me hungry. Oh, that's what I forgot. Hold on. I forgot one thing I would like to edit. Thank you. Let me lower the game a bit. Let me know that's a little bit better. I like to have it on because I still have not yet figured out how to just make sure that the VOD keeps the game audio. What's it called? I want the VOD to have the game audio, but not the music. I will one day figure it out. Not today, though. Geo! Both of you guys should not be awake right now. I'll link the box in the Discord. Yeah, throw it over in Foodies so I can take a peek. But IDEO, how are you? Oh, please. Yeah, show me Pina. I want to make sure that I can have the game audio on because it's so weird. Like, I've been basically uploading all of my Twitch stream VODs onto my YouTube. I need to just make it a VODs channel. Just for the convenience of like being able to look back at my stuff and checking all my audio and whatnot. TikTok distracted you, as usual. Yeah! Thank you, Rat. Yeah, I can do a flip with this model. Hold on. Look. I can do a flip. My little leggies are out now. Can even be like up here, you know? Maybe I could make it hang out right here. Hang out a little bit over here. Oh, that face looks a little. That face looks a little empty now. Free toes, just for a bit. Only for a little bit. Okay, now hold on. Let me move back here. Yeah, VK the legend. I think I need to do a Paolumu because I wanted the little duster. These things. Add that to my wish list so I don't forget. Paolumu pelt. We didn't need a Paolumu quest. Paolumu beloved. Is that the armor set that you have right now, Tina? I need 3. Do a quick little hunt. You were using the Astral. It's an event one. Oh, okay. I have to go through the event quests for any gear that I want. Let's see. Anyone with a Paolumu? Hold on. Now the game music is definitely too loud for me. Investigations. Do I have a hunt for a Paolumu? No. Okay. I cry. A pet Paolumu. Could you get that in the game? Or are you just talking about in general? Like, because it's cute. You want to take a Paolumu for a walk? Honestly? Yeah. They're real cute. Where am I looking at? Red and blue, pink. Gianna. Oh, Paolumu is like low rank, right? I think I have to start at low rank. Maybe not. Is there even a Paolumu quest? Little fluffy balloon bet. Ah, there it is. Sorry, you're not invited. Okay, I've already done this. Thank you for the pats, G. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. And thank you for the check-in. Enjoy your jasmine tea. Doing events. Yeah, Tiffins, you're gonna carry me through, right? The tempered heating. Oh. Okay, I will get off of work. I should rename that. Actually. Paolumus are the only monster that you know and want one. Ooh. I didn't know about Paolumus until this game. I'm gonna go for it because I want to get the little dusters. I think they're really. It's solo only? Sure. Right. Whatever you say. Pet stealing beds, yeah. Tippins, hello? You snuck in so quickly, I didn't even see. Oh, does that mean you're out of bed? Nargacuga. Yeah, Nargacuga's pretty. I feel like I've always been very, again, like I say it like every stream. I like Zamtrios. Zamtrios beloved. Big chonker even. Out of bed just for me? Wow, you shouldn't have. Whee! Okay. I'm gonna hunt this Paolo. Ooh, it's nighttime. I wonder if I could find any flash. Okay, I have flash pods. Pink wigglers? Is it possible? Oh, these are pretty. Oh. God, this place is so pretty, but I can never get over how lost I always. Wait, no one move. Wait, no way, 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 no way. I see a pink one. Hold on. I see a pink one. Wait. Oh, wait. I'm going to make sure I catch this. It's going to happen. How did you miss this, Tippins? Wow! I got the Wiggler Queen! Let's go. You do not perceive. No! Oh, look! I found it. The Paluma's here. Casually just, hi. Oh, you're here. Okay. Wait, can I? There you go. Hi! Uh-oh. Goodbye, Tippins. I've destroyed a monarchy. Have I? Have I now? Nice. Thank you, Tippins. I am now the queen. This is my monarch. This is my kingdom. What do I need from this? I think I need 3 pelts from it. Also, do I get anything special for getting the Wiggler? The queen? Ah. Oh! Sleeps? Big sleeps. Oh. No sleeps. Oh yeah, I think I just need to lower down the game audio for myself now, because I'm like, where's my music? Oh, already? I wanted the... There you go. Nice. Yeah, I think this is low rank, though, I believe. So we're gonna get it real quick. I just want to get the... Hopefully get the materials for it. Oh! You try and eat now? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for stopping by, Pina. Get some sleep. Have a good night. Oh, no. Where? Where go? This way? It's gonna be like 1 hit, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So please hold as I get there. Yeah, the April Wolves tracks for Sekai. I shall. Points. Points at you. Where'd it go? Oh, wait. Bomb? I have bomb. I have a large. Yeah. Just in case. No? It was not 1 hit? The Spotify. Yes, I shall. Oh. Nice. Thank you, Tippins. Nuna, what does that mean? What are the zoomers saying? What do you mean sticking out your gyat for the Goomba Rizzler? I need to be explained this. You killed by hooking onto it? Oh my god. Oh yeah, which one is that? On what is it? Is the hook an item? Like the capture net? You're literally older. No, you're not. We've talked about this. I thought I was older than you. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. Built into your controls. Oh, okay. Wait, what do you mean built into my controls? Someone's lying in this situation? Listen, okay. I'm forgetful too though. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just misremembering. We're of similar age. don't think you even get it until... Oh, okay. Oh, we have to do that again, Tippins. Can I get the pelts in low rank? Yeah, hold on. I gotta lower this game audio. It is a bit much. Oops, I didn't want to do that. HR would probably be pelt plus. Oh, it's the BGM. Okay. Let me check my wish list. But how are you, Nuna? What are you up to? Are you streaming today? Thank you for the stretch, Soma. How are you? Yeah, let me get a shout out for the homie. I spell your name right. I don't want to fumble it. Please go check out Soma. Really cool pal. Twitch gang, brother. That's good, it's good. What you been up to? John is back. I was so excited to see them stream. Yeah, I need Paolumu pelts. What is the easiest quest that I can do? Get that. Ew, pelts. I don't need plus. I just need the regular ones. Twitch gang for real. Yeah. Oh, it's just a body carve. I guess I'll just cry. It is a 28%. It's breakable. We have to break the back. I guess I will simply... Hold on. Do you know which quest to do, Tippins? Are you gonna set it? You're hoping you had an arena, but no, it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. You can just go through. I guess we go again until we get it. Because it doesn't say what other monsters will ever pop up also, like immediately. It's fine. It pops up really quickly anyways. Is there anything you want to farm, Tippins? I'm good for anything. I'm also good for doing, Is that my Oomphy? Is that my Oomphy? This mountain sure is high. Hi. Hold on. Wait, I can. Is that my Oomphy? Oh my god. 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 I'm a little gremlin. Hold on, I can dance. Just a little, you know, happy April 1st. This is the only joke I have for April Fools. It's me. I'm the fool. I can hit that. I can. Just a little bit of chaos, you know? Oh, I did not realize that those casually spam the chat. Sorry, Tiffins. Don't mind. Yeah. Oh my god, hold on. Here, I'll give you the showcase since not very many people have seen it. Yeah, let me give the quick little so I can T-pose on you. Wait, that's the wrong one. I can T-pose on you. You know? I'll just T-pose on chat. I can be a little gremlin. Oh my god. Waffles! I can gremlin! I can truly gremlin. I can be a little... You're giving me your honey, right? You're gonna give me all your honey, right? 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 I just a little guy, you know? A little like I spin a little bit, you know? I can't remember for the life of me all of my oops, I'm a little tilted. Not a thought between in my head. Zero thoughts, head empty. When Velvet doesn't notice me in chat. I'm joking. Big sad. Oh wait. Just, you know, just a little sad. Just a little sad when I'm not noticed. I know you notice me. I'm pulling your leg. Waffles. Why would you do that to me? Why would you? Just... Man. Oh, wait. I think I could do the brackets, brackets U brackets. I have so many silly little things on this model. I love it so much. Just a little, and then I can do uwu, a little uwu, as a treat. You it fit the moment. I just, I guess. Thank you. Oh, fun. I also have you can put me to work if you'd like. If you'd like, but I'm on break. I'm playing some Monster Hunter. and then I even have my feminine one. I can be a gremlin in it too. This is the model I'm most used to, though. Yeah. Happy April. Happy trust issues day, if you will. I hope that you have been having a good day. I hope you haven't been too hurt. I feel like some jokes can go a little too far, and it makes me frustrated that whenever I see stuff on Twitter. So I'm just like, you know, why can't everybody just have a little silly fun? Yeah, how are you, Velvet? How's it going? So I'm ready whenever you are, Tippins. My B. Thank you. Yeah, I ate. Okay, just woke up. Well, good morning. Good morning, sweetheart. Any plans? Any plans for the day? Have you had coffee? Oh, I missed. Might get more sleepies. Yeah, get some sleepies if you need it. It was good. It was a bit long, honestly. I feel like my Monday at work today was pretty rough. So as soon as I got out, I pretty much just went and bought myself a burger and sped home. Cereal. Ooh, okay. We were talking about cereal earlier. What is your go-to cereal? You already find it, Tippins? Found it, right? How do I? Oh, where? Burger yummy. Yeah, I've been craving a burger. Frosties. Honestly, sometimes you just need a good sugary cereal. I was telling chat earlier, I was just like, I like wheat thins usually. I like the frosted sugar on it. And it just feels so much more filling. But I think Frosted Flakes are also tasty. Oh, yeah, that's true. Funny enough, I love desserts, but I'm your very typical Asian that is just like, if it's just slightly sweet, it's just perfect, you know? I think the only thing that I can have like super sugary is if I'm craving sugar, I'll get like a sugary drink, a sugary coffee drink. But yes, the sugary milk after cereal, the best milk. I like how these wigglers keep popping up even though they're here. Oh, we gotta try and break its back, I think, by the way. If you can try to focus that, Tippins. Oh! Yeah! Nice, nice. Oh, of course its back is facing the other way. Yeah. Did you post your schedule for the week? Did I see it? Or was your schedule for like the midweek? I need to know when Velvet streams. I would love to try and jump and get on its back, but I'm crying. Oh my god, please. No. Don't run. Stop it. Stop it. Haha. Perfect. Now I pray. This game's like a really small one. Gonna do it after you wake up. Yeah, no worries. More webbings and scales. Hi Groggy. I also enjoy this model. Yeah, so I actually have not revealed this model. I got this model when I got Tuna their little small for their birthday last year. So I actually have Tuna's as well. I'm gonna pull up theirs in a moment. I'm gonna hide it in a corner for funsies. Yeah, we're crown farming, right, Tiffin? Sorry. I have one pelt. A singular pelt. Come on. Just gonna casually queue this up again. Oh, wait. Wait, did I get enough? Or is it just saying materials gathered? I think it's just saying materials gathered, huh? Wait, I have enough. I have enough. I have enough. Let me get it, and then I want to upgrade it. Have you done any of the event weapons, Tippins? Is there anything you want to build specifically? So let me check if I didn't even check my longsword to see if I can do Dante's. It's done. I have my dusters. They're so silly. They're so silly. You've done it. Yeah. Go pick up some quests. Honestly, that was just the goal for the night. I just wanted to do some wow, I'm a fool. That just stops in the middle of my sentence. Some of the event stuff, because there's a lot of like blades I want to get. Which one? Supremacy blade. Is this the... No, these are different. If I had a consistent sleep schedule, I'd probably have made a schedule. No worries. Oh, I met you a little after you had just finished like a long subathon, right? Which one is Dante's? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up because I don't know. NBA DMC event. Oh, it's a charge blade. Okay, okay, okay. Right, right. Double sword. Yeah, that's a charge blade. Okay. Ah, there it is. Okay. Oh. Hi, Tiffins. Smiles at you. Hi, Tiffins. I need a singular gem for Antonath and Odegarin. Neither Hunting Horn nor Switch Axe get cool things. Oh no! Anything you want to try and build, or like just for fun? Right after sub. Oh, I need the plus pelts. Okay. And I need more Downey Craig tickets. Okay. And smiles at you. Okay, I cannot use this weapon then while we're just farming, I guess. Okay. We could let's just go down the list, I guess, of quests. Let's just start clearing them. Tippins, let's get you cleared through base game. You have the Lunastra optional quest that you lazy at. Ah, I see. Let me see. Let's see. Should we do event? Make our way down the event. What is this? Okay, I can't get those. Oof. USJ. What is USJ? What collab is this for? Oh, there's a Kyrian quest. I see. We're soaring for this. Drag him into that since we have dragged Tippins through Rathalos. I think your only optionals left are Lunastra, and Teostra, and then Nightstar. I see. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I have quite a bit of my optional, so if you would like to do these, we can do. Let's do the special arena one since those are at least small. Let me switch my weapon though. Hehe. We're gonna start with the Rathalos. Did I get all the Dante things I need? Oh, I need gems. We could do Code Red if you'd like. Because I will need Hemk you. What do you mean Hemk me? Okay, we can. I mean, if we do Code Red, there's still a Rathalos in it. Let's do it. You know, Tippin, let's do it. It has Anja and Odo. Yeah, it does have Anja and Odo. I do need the Odo gem, and I do need the Anja gem. Get in, Tippins. We're going. Can I have anything to restock? Do I have any? Oh, no, I don't. Make sure my stuff is registered. You're joining me, right, Tippins? Right? Right, Tippins? Right, Tippins? Are my weapons even high rank? They're rarity 7. Let me see if I can upgrade them a little bit more. Oh, wait. Dang it. I really wish there was a smith here in this gathering hub. It's so frustrating. Okay, hold on. Alright, hold on, hold on. Hold the phone. Higher than expected. Let me see. What's the highest I can do right now? Because I can try to do upgrades. This one I've just been doing the upgrades because it's the defender weapon, which is pretty decent anyways for the high rank. I don't want to build too much high rank since there's going to be master rank after. Can I upgrade it? Oh, I can upgrade it more. Oh, max. It's max. Okay. They were gonna use the downy cakes. Oh no. No, the downy cakes are very, very much so what are they? What are they? They're rarity 3. They are schmoll. Let me see. Let me, you know, maybe I'll do a defender katana. Switch it up. I'll be anime. I think it's even at least stronger than what I'm currently using. Defender katana. Just list. There we go. Yeah, because I could just pay to upgrade it. Oh my gosh. These numbers are already so much better than my dinky little dual blades. Defender's literally the best until like halfway through Iceborne. Oh, okay, good to know. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Velvet. Make sure you're staying hydrated too. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll go with the longsword for now. It's gonna let me adjust to using this again. I think I was using longsword a bit on Sunbreak. So I'll see how the controls go for this. But that's good to know that the defender set can pretty much carry me halfway through Iceborne. There it is. Okay, let's go, Tippins. Let's go. Yeah, what are your plans for today for the night, Velvet? Besides getting more EPs. Okay. While the defender set can take you that far. Yeah, my problem right now, Isa, is that I do not have Iceborne yet. I have to wait until Friday. I'm gonna get it on Friday when I get paid. Just so I'm I don't have to worry about that. So I'm just going through event stuff right now. If I can't eat, probably make my schedule when I go. Okay. Yeah, but it's fine. I don't even think that I have my defender set armor maxed out completely because I was just like, oh, it's using a bit of. Oh wait, I'm not even using the defender set. I'm using the Odegarin actually. Okay, let's go, Anja. Give me a gem. Oh, also, I'm used to the wire bugs in Rise. Shoot. Arillo, no worries. Get some rest. I'll catch you later. Thank you for dropping in and saying hi. Oh. I feel so slow with a longsword again. Who's playing the music? Is that your cat? Oh yeah, I have some raids popping up. Oh wow, some raids. Some ads popping up in a couple minutes, about 5 minutes. Just a heads up for everybody. What are my longsword combos in this game? I don't have wire bugs. Oh, nice. Oh, I realize that this is the the Devil May Cry music. No, my music is playing over this. I actually want to listen to the Devil May Cry music. Oh! Okay, hold on. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh? You know, I woke it up. I saw it was sleeping. Oh, is that your hunting horn, Tippins? It's making that, like, marimba noise. Blech. Okay, this quest isn't so bad with 2 people. I feel like it's just a lot quicker with 4 last time I did it. Let me stop my music because I actually like listening to the Devil May Cry tracks. Just gonna have that awkward silence in the middle. Oops. No desire factor. I want nothing. I want nothing. Give me anything. Give me anything, please. Desire sensor got nothing on me. Please! Oovals was also using endgame gear, rarity 12. Oh, is it rarity 12 for endgame? Yeah, it definitely helps. I think, what was it? Like, they were using the Xeno gear, right? I wonder why they leave such a long gap for between the monsters. Okay. Hello? You're using a rare 9 rarity 9. Okay. Perfect, perfect. Oh my god, thank you, Okayu. Ah. Oh my gosh. I feel less flashy in this game with a longsword than I do in Sunbreak. And I also miss my Hemitor scythe. Ah! Don't look at me. Hi, Bean. It is Gumo Hunter World. is Bearster Hunter. Ah! Oh no, Tippins. Sorry. Could not help you there. Yokai! Hi! Hi! How are you? How have you been? I was telling Arello the other day because I didn't realize, but like, you have so many cute emotes. I'm trying, Bean. I'm trying. Another day where Tuna's recommended drink gets pulled, but they don't get it. Oh, please. That's good to hear. I'm really good. I'm really good. I've just been enjoying playing through Monster Hunter again. Oh. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I have another bomb if you would like me to put one down. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. You sleep. You sleep. Are you gonna whack it or you're gonna whack it? Oh. Okay, okay. I forget. Okay. Big boom. Let's go. Mocha, nice. I like a mocha when I want something really chocolatey, but I actually usually will get white mocha, preferably. You love World, but you... Okay, listen. You enjoy games at your own pace, Yokai. I feel like I'm honestly just going... I'm going for that glam. I just want the fun weapons. Don't let your fashion dreams be dreams. Ah. I don't want a gem. I don't need a gem. Please, give me a gem. Oh. Ratsney! Oh. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, hi. How are you, Rats? How is Shadowbringers? What a perfect time for you guys to raid in, just as I killed one of the mons. How are you guys? Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that don't know me, hello, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a Usudu Brown Bear VTuber. I like to play a variety of games. I'm currently playing some Monster Hunter World. Usually, I also like to play some Final Fantasy, if you were watching Rats for some Final Fantasy. But welcome in, welcome in. If anybody has to go hydrate, gotta go eat, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I will be here. I am doing open lobby hunts. Rats, I'm looking at you. You're gonna come join, right? You would set the trap down, Tippins, for the Rathalos. You're welcome to join. Yeah, if anybody doesn't know Rats, Ratsney, please go check them out. Maintenance, yeah. Literally, you are capped because of maintenance, unfortunately. I thought about playing Final Fantasy 2, but then I was like, I think maintenance happens today. But soon, the 16 event. I'm very excited. Only 8 hours. It's only 8 hours. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The LSA quest. Wait, which one is that one? What level is that one? Oh no, I can only go 8 hours. The maintenance is 4. Oh. Oh yeah, you started. I think I remember seeing you stream when I was at work still, and I was like, wow. Presley's going. Oh, please, God. No. Okay. I'm fine. Oh, I just realized that the ads are happening. Anybody? Oh my goodness. But welcome in, Raiders. I'm so sorry for the Raiders who got stuck in the ads. I'll give my intro again just in case. But hello, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I play a variety of games. I'm currently going through some Persona 3. I am grinding through World, and I like to play a lot of Final Fantasy offline. Valmir Eterna, thank you so much for stopping by the cafe. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stay. I have a fun little check-in for anybody who's coming in. If you do a check-in, you can get a gacha cafe drink. So please, please, please check in. See what drink you get. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was asleep. I woke it up. Oh no. Yeah, there you go. Einspanner is my current fave. If you don't know what an Einspanner is, it is typically espresso, can be a latte, but it's usually just got like a sweet cream foam to the top of it. Very tasty. I blame the fact that I was yapping away. Also, Wombrion, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Please enjoy your stay here in the cafe. Sweet cream. Yeah, sweet cream. Why are you giving me that look, Ratsney? Why are you giving me that look? Oh, Tippins, you're poisoned. Do you have antidotes, Tippins? Come here. Yeah, okay. Oh, is Wombrion... Are you the one that I saw in game? The Hrothgar? Are you the one? I just wanted to say, if that's you, you have a very pretty Hrothgar. Yeah! Okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you for stopping in with Rats. Much appreciated. Yeah, really pretty. Honestly, I really like, I am debating about making a Hrothgar alt just to have a character, but I have no idea what I would do. I'm so used to just being either a Mikote or a cat, so I'm just like, but I like the Hrothgars. Oh yeah, you can do the Alexander raids. We still have to play together, Rats. Time has not permitted. Try a little bit. Oh, nice. Isa, you got a Frappuccino. If you had a Frappuccino preference, what would you get? I'm poisoned! Wait. Okay. Surely the... I can't believe this. I can't freaking believe this. The freaking poison. Oh, Wigglerhead supremacy. Yes. No worries. Thank you so much for stopping in with Rats for his raid. I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope to catch you around. Thank you. Have a good lurk. Oh, did the session ID not pin? I'm so sorry. I could have sworn it was pinned. Hold on. I thought I did it so that it would not go away. Do I still have it copy pasted? I do. The pin timed out. Okay. Here's that. I have to do it from... Why is... my OBS is not letting me pin it from here. But there you go, Rats. Please join. I'm not in the battle. I hear the monster. I'm going to cry. No one touch me. Tippins, protect me! Okay, I'm fine. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. I never knew about how to set the ID. Oh, actually, I could just easily do that through Mixedup. I'll set it eventually. Yeah. Also, matcha is very tasty, Isa. That's usually my preferred if I ever do get a Frappuccino. I don't normally get a Frappuccino, though, mainly because it's just too much sugar. But matcha is where it's at. Oh, please. I should probably sharpen. That'd be a good idea. You can distract it, right? I can sharpen. Easy. Speed sharpen! Please. Get down. Oh, no, no, no. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I was not far enough for that. Oh, please, no. Okay. Oh, nice, nice. Is it asleep or is it just down? Okay. Rats, you're so sweet. Yes, please join, please join. It's okay, we're gonna run it a bit because I need a Teostra and a Anja gem still, I believe. But we'll see. Have you already built the Dante stuff? The DMC things? Oh. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to build a charge blade because it looks fun. Ah. I spin. A little spin. Thank you for the lurk, Blue! I hope you had a good Final Fantasy session if you were playing before maintenance. Up here enjoying Star Rail. I see you've been very addicted. Oh, no stream yet. Okay, okay, okay. But how are you enjoying Star Rail? It looks like you've been having a lot of fun from whenever I peeked into your streams. Hold on, hold on. Ah! Wait, wait, wait! Okay, I'm good, I'm good. Wait, actually, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry! I just cry. Locha won't come home though. I'm desperate. Oh no! Oh, remind me, is it okay if I DM you my... Please. Is it okay if I DM you my Star Rail UID? If you'd like to add, I can always put up Locha so you can borrow him for support. I haven't been fully built on mine. But, who's the team that you're trying to go for? Also, I hope I'm not keeping you from your lurk. If you got a lurk, no worries. You can stop. You don't need to. You don't need to. I'm... I have to leave. I have to leave. I have to leave right now. No! Ah. I'm so sad. You also need a Locha to borrow. Oh yeah, okay. I'll post it. I'll post up my UID over in my server. Yes, you can use your. Yes, we're just doing event stuff. We're just like literally grinding. You could use your high rank stuff if you'd like. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by to check in on me, Blue. It's always nice to hear from you whenever I get to see you. I hope everything's been well otherwise. Stream and real life. Ah. I'm so sad. Oopsie. MC Natasha, Ratio, and Serval. Ooh, yeah. You grab us an investigation. Okay, okay. Oh wait. What's it called? Yeah, I like using that team in the beginning for most of Gerudo. I remember what I switched to afterwards when I got to Schwan something. Unless we want to do event quest, which happen to have them. Yeah, let's do. We can do event quests. Which one are you talking about? Because I think I just need the. Let me skip this and check. I think it's just the Anja and the... Actually, yeah, it's just the Anja and the Odogaron gem that I'm missing for Dante's Charge Blade. yeah, it's Anja and Odogaron. Let's see. You're still struggling with the equilibrium. Oh, to get like your what is it? Your world level up. Yeah, hold on. While we're waiting, I can actually pop up Honkai and pull up my UID. Please pray that... Oh! This audio was so loud. I'll put it up right now. So I don't forget, because that's how I am after stream. I get so tired. And I'm just like, ah. Hopefully the Honkai audio does not start playing. Okay, looks okay. I think it's not playing. Yeah, okay, it's not. Oh! I forgot. My controller is connected to my PC, so I actually cannot play Honkai because it does a funky. For some reason, it like fumbles between trying to switch between, oh. Is this game audio going? It is. Okay. Between keyboard and controller. Crown farming quests. You know, Tippins, we could. I trust in your luck. I trust in it. Tippin said no more for Mons. We could. Oh yeah, Kove was the one that you wanted me to do, right, Rats? Oh, did I eat already? I did. Let me get my iPad real quick. Yeah, this is that one's the one you wanted us to do, right? Did we? No, we didn't. We didn't end up doing it, I believe. Had a bit of a shorter stream, just kind of ended with events. Oh yeah, that too. I don't have her. So I think it was just if somebody else had her, I can join, right? Can also remind you on the UID. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, I get so pooped after stream. I can say my goodnights and then I pass out. I live the boomer life. I cannot sleep on... I don't know how people sleep on 3 to 4 hours of sleep. I cry a little bit inside. Hi, Cookie. How's it going? Boomer gang. Yeah, I need my anywhere between 6 to 8. Whoa, why is it in the ground? Is it still on the ground? Oh. It's me. I left the session. No! You like making people fly with your hammer? Same. I would do that too in Sunbreak. It's so good. Okay, there's the communication error. Ah! Okay. Was it me? Stream blipped for a second? Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Did it? Are we good? Is it my internet? I don't know why I'd have internet issues, but, It's back? Okay. "100% you?" Okay. The Odegaran? Yeah, it's really, really scary when it's small, right? It's funny because this quest gives me the smallest one and then the biggest one, so I'm like, huh? Want to regroup? Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit easier. Let me... Let me see. Hopefully I still have... Is the room still up if you try to join with that code? Okay, perfect. Wonder what was happening. I did notice earlier that, like, I think Tippins was skipping for me, so... Let me see. Let me check my interwebs. I have fiber. I should not be having this problem. Oh. Your room now? Is it? Has it turned into your room? I'm coming in. Let me in. Oh, wait. How do I... Is there a quick way to get back onto online sessions? Board thingies, okay. I did not need to go all the way here, but it's okay. Will it work? All right, who's the new leader? Will you let me back in? Can I join the room, please? Or not? Okay, there we go. It's Tippins now. Oh, you know, I didn't mean to cue myself into this. Actually, hold on. What is this? New world stuff. Oh! Hey, look at that! Kovitera! I see! Should we do it? Should we do it? I want to see! I want to see! Metallic substances to her body. She's so pretty. Ooh. Repeating. A lot of fun to fight. Okay, cool. Oh, Celestial Pursuit. New area for us to look into? Let me experience it. Let's experience it. Circles. Special rewards, metallic armor. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, so is this like the Zora? These pursuit quests? Is it like the Zora Magdaros? Wow, you've been having such high numbers for sleep lately, Ariel. That's probably why you were able to get a good night, good weekend sleep. Oh, I think you have to give it a second, rats. Ah. Tippins yoinked that from you. Get some rest if you're heading to sleep, Ariel. Oh! Welcome in, BP Whiskey. Hello, hello. Hope you enjoy your stay here in the cafe. If you'd like to check in, you can get yourself a drink. Is it Babby or is it Baby? Bobby. Bobby. Boar. Okay. So is this this is a very interesting, this is a new thing, right? This is not at all like the Zora Magdaros. Rainbow rewards. This is new. Okay. You guys can still join in, right? As soon as I've got it started. Ooh, I like its icon. No sleep, only waking. Good morning. Rainbow is the best gear you could get back in base game. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, let's try it out. Let's try it out. I can finally meet the Kulve Teroth. Tibbins, how did you not do these? Did you just like finish base game and go straight into Iceborne? Is that what happened? Usually you want 16 people? 16? Is it like a raid? Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Well, when we get in, I can always set a I can set an SOS, right? And then everybody can join. People can join. Oh wait. Apparently there's an actual Monster Hunter Cafe. Yeah, there's a Monster Hunter Cafe over in Japan, actually. I almost went to it with Tuna, but we actually ended up doing the Eorzea Cafe. And we only really had enough enough room in our bellies for one cafe, so we only did Eorzea Cafe. Session-wide progress. Okay. But yeah, next time I go to Japan, I definitely want to go to the Monster Hunter Cafe because all of the food looks so tasty. Session-wide progress? What does that mean? Is that like like people can jump in and out of a raid? Oh, hold on. I feel like I should turn off. I should stop my music for this. Okay, I'm listening. Four hunts going on concurrently to fill it. Oh, I see. Oh, man, you're so pretty already. Oh, she's pretty. Ooh. Oh, these are the horns. Okay. I'm actually not. No, I didn't play a lot of Fate Grand Order. Oh. Oh, I hate falling and looking. She's so pretty. Where am I? Oh, wait. What? Did I go the wrong way? Oh, I see. Oh, look at these little isopods. Oh, they're crabs. Cute. Oh. Also, I assume these pursuits or like these big mon hunts are kind of like what is it, like every 10 HR is when I can get these. Hello. Can I fire it? Can I fire it? Oh! She's just looking at me. How unfazed, ma'am. You're so powerful. Oh, will I be able to? Can I just? Can I? Will it? No, I don't think I'll be able to make it. Okay. I simply continue on. Oh my god, I'm just getting shoved by her. Mother Teroth. Oh. Where are the bugs that I'm supposed to wedge myself between? Where are you guys? I'm so lost back here. Hello? Ah, welcome in, G. Oh. don't see any wire dredges. I'm pretty new to this game. I have not yet gone against the Fatalis, sorry. I am the one here requesting help from others. I'm not gonna let that through, just in case for any future messages. But hello, not a snake. I just think that is a very strong language. Stuff hanging from the top that you can shoot. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Let's see. Oh, I see the wire dredges. But yeah, if only it was cross-platform, I feel that. Oh, did you guys go up? Huh? Oh, what are these? Oh, scales. These things. Oh my god, they're running with them. Hi, CRT. Hold on, where did you guys go? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for lurking in even though you're at work. I appreciate it. I hope work's going okay, CRT. Hold on, where did you guys go? Where am I supposed to go? Work be going. Oh no. Oh, I see, I see. Oh! Oh, you know, I guess I'm not gonna be on this side. Let me go over this way. It's moving so fast! Ma'am. Oh, I missed that last one. Oh well. Oh, she's so big. Every time I get shoved over, I'm just like, ah, okay. I need to get to the front. No! Oh? Oh, no, she's moving so fast. Second objective. Oh, okay, there's more. It's such an interesting pursuit. Concentrate on the soft plates. Okay. She's big. But she's so pretty. Hi. Ah! No, 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 no. Oh, she wants me. Ah! Okay. Oh. I'm just gonna get dragged right below her. This is fine. Cow! What the heck? Hold on. Cow, you were streaming? I'm gonna... Hello, welcome in Raiders. Hold on. I'll get a shout out for you in just a moment, Cow, okay? I don't think I have any mods awake right now. But hello! It's a cow! How are you? How's your stream? What'd you do? You're playing Dragon's Dogma. Oh, you're playing Dragon's Dogma. Okay. Hold on. Oh, this is... Oh, no, rat! Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. I don't typically play those kinds of games, so it's been fun to watch like Tuna and other people play. How long did you spend on your character creation? Did you start from the beginning on stream? Oh, that's it? This is all we get to fight her? Oh, I'm so sad. Let me get you a shout out, Cal. If you guys don't know Cal, KO, we usually do raids together every weekend. I did, and probably not as long as I should have. Let me... Pursuit points. Okay. How long did you end up playing for? Also, hi, Snowy. I'm so sorry I missed you amongst all that noise. How are you? You love the follower system? Wait, which follower system? Like the pawns in the game? Oh, hold on. I'm gonna check all this stuff, the Safari stuff. Oh, it's a follower system. Okay. Yeah, I think it's cool. I like that Tuna made me in their game and I'm in their party. It's so silly to me. Food chain. Anything. No, not here. Who was it? There's so many things. I hate that I don't know how to pull up all the stuff that I can check. Tuna made me so pretty, honestly. Way too pretty. I could not believe. Do I register? Oh, I guess it's... Hi, Snowy. Thank you for joining in. We're just kind of going through event quests and stuff, and a little bit of story, I guess, whenever it pops up for me. Okay, so hold on. I think I need to talk to the person again anyways. Oh, that is the Eorzea one. Is there anything? Oh no, that's the Eorzea one. I think it's the people back here that I can check. Yeah, what kind of character did you make? I hope you had fun. Tail Rider Safari, I think you have to go into your private quarters. Oh, okay. My private quarters. It's the one in the ship, right? Here? No. Question mark? Yes. You made a mage. Nice. Magix is good. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you for checking in, Snowy. How are you doing? I'm supposed to do this? Did I have anything? I don't think I had anything. Oh, I guess so. How's the HR grind going? It's going. I actually ended up finishing base game yesterday and I didn't realize it. And we're just kind of going through. Oh, I can change your outfit. That's so cute. We're just kind of going through event stuff and any extra story stuff. Oh my god, Slay Queen. R&R, private quarters from the move to a new room. You'll be whisked away. Oh. Oh, I get like private quarters. Oh. Oh. Yeah, thank you. I thankfully had a lot of people help, like pretty much just like Monster Hunter community jump in and help me out, which is really nice. I have a hard time kind of sticking through with stuff if it's solo. I think for World, if I'm doing Rise, I could do that pretty effortlessly. Oh, hello, I like the music in here. This is so pretty. Admire aquarium. Oh, do I get fish in here? I hope I can put fish in here eventually. Or like, I'll see more fish. Oh, cute. I get like my own space. That's really pretty. Oh, and there's my weapon that I'm currently equipped. I hear you finished converting the research base into an airship. Okay, reward. Just select Tail Raider Safari. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let's see. Thank you for checking in, Cal. I did not know I had these going. But I guess they're going. Wait, what'd you get? What'd you get? Thai tea! Could always go for Thai tea. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. What else? Rest. The wiggly head is so funny. Oh, I could just sit down. Wow, this is a nice place to take photos, actually. Okay, let me... What is this? Can I sit here too? No. This is so pretty. I really love the graphics of World so much. Food chain denominator. Yeah, it's a good room. Special assignment. Wait, special assignment? Is that just in the quest? I'll go all the way to Gathering Hub, I guess. I think I can get that there, I assume. Let's see. Oh, okay, so do we still have to keep doing the Kove until it's leveled up? Is that what it is? Okay, got it, got it. Oh, also thank you, Snowy, for using a voucher. I yoinked that. Let me... Yeah, because I was just like, oh, I can't do any session settings. Okay, the Fury of Eldorado. Can you buy on this? Hello, welcome in, Rhyme Spear. If you are in chat, please let me know who you are, just so I have an idea who I'm calling out to. It's definitely not you. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for hopping on. Oh, if you don't mind, it is just pretty much a casual hunt. I did just finish oh my god, is that Ronald McDonald? I'm dead. How do I quickly emote at you? Kaide! How are you? Ronald McDonald, yeah! Kaide spotted. Good, good, good. Also, no worries, Snowy, about your internet. But yeah, right here. It is casual lobby. I just finished base game yesterday evening. So I'm kind of just making my way through events and more post-base game, I guess. Thank you for the head pass waffles. Too long. 4 hours. Oh my god. Aru, I can't believe Aru, thank you for resubbing. Always making use of those peanut motes. Ah. Who's bunking me? G. Oh, okay. So if we're all in one lobby, it'll be quicker to do if we have multiple hunting parties, right? Basically. I get it now. I get it now. The progression increases more. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Thank you. Appreciate everybody jumping in for it. Yeah, I'm still fairly new to World. I say, not the entire Monster Hunter franchise, so this is still new stuff for me. World is very new to me. Oh! I'm just gonna whack at it. Just hunt the monster, 5-head. How are you, Aru? I'll be had a good day. Oh my god, Snowy. Nice, nice. What'd you work on? What was the goals today? But I'm good, I'm good. I'm a little tired from work. I had a bit of a rough work day, a rough Monday, if you will. Just a lot of stuff to catch up to, so I am just trying to relax and chill and play some Monhan. Lower arms so I can Bro, I am blushing. I'm blushing. I gotta work my arms out so I can show you how good I am at hugging. Okay, hold on. So the things that you guys are pulling down, are you using I guess the what's it called? Like what you throw stones with? Your projectiles? Is that what's happening? Like that? Oh. I'm gonna get so good at hugging. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, did you make yourself a post-gym meal already? Have your protein? Okay. I am understanding how the bugs work, kind of. You're drinking tea! Oh my god, Aru. You gotta... Can you ask your mom to make her a mix of tea for me and send it over? Because I really love the tea that your mom made for me. It was so good. I know it's just a mix, but it's different because your mom made it, you know? Yeah, no worries, KO. Please, please, please. It's been a long stream. I hope you're taking it easy. No worries. Thank you for stopping by. Are these materials any good to pick up? I feel like I'm the only one getting them. Yeah, please. Oh, nice. Okay, I see. Another group met an objective. Okay. That's very cool. Oh my god, there's so many bugs disappearing with these. I'd be the happiest bear on the planet if I were to have your mom's tea. Share with the hunting party. Yeah, so Ara's mom had made me like a kind of a black tea mixture. Had a what was it? Earl Grey, what is it called? Cardamom, I believe. Star anise? I can't remember, but all tasty. You'll handle the Cove? Okay. Yosh. But it was so tasty. Oh my god, these screams that those things do is so funny to me. Look at her. She's so pretty. So what are we supposed to do then? Should have been me! Rat, your messages. He'll simply pick up things from around it. Oh, 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 bye. Bye, I see. Where's she going? Oh, she's burrowing. Okay. She's so pretty. Hello? Is she's swimming in gold, basically? She's absolute royalty. Oh my god, I'm just getting shoved over. I'm just getting shoved over. I am stuck here. Okay. I'm still stuck here. I'm absolutely getting squashed against the rocks. Listen. Listen. Ah! Oh no, Tibbins! Oh, you know... That was silly. Oopsie. I'm fine. I'm fine. That's fine. Ooh. Do I get a straight path too, at least? Oh, I do. I love this. No, it's worth it. She's beautiful. We have to, Cal. Hello, I'm here. Look at her. Look at her gold mantle. So beautiful. Oh! I'm so sorry. I was not expecting to just get whacked in the face. I was in full health, I swear. Oh, it was a good idea to have on. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got level 5. Thank you, guys. But I assume this is something that's just kind of like you have to keep on farming, right? Level 3. The quest, the Fury of Auto. Now easier to corner. We're too squishy for the Colby. Yeah. It's okay. So do I have to just do it again? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up. Yeah, progress is still going. Okay. I will eat. I will eat what I can. For a large defense. I'll go for large defense. Yeah, no worries, KO. Also, this is a little note. There is ads popping up in a couple minutes. I would appreciate if you guys could stick around. Just a friendly reminder for everybody who does get stuck in the ads. I do run them so that the pre-roll is disabled, so whenever any new folks or any raids come in, they are not slapped immediately in the face with ads. So I'd appreciate it if you stuck through. I will probably try and take a... I probably won't be able to take a break on this ad, but I'll probably take a break on the next ad. Go to my BRB screen, stand up and stretch, and do all that good stuff. You're leaving the midnight again ad? Alright, bye, Aru. No, no. You can't. No, actually, no. I'm not taking anything as a joke on April Fools. I refuse. Whistle. Play safe in area 2. Okay. That's where we carded, right? It is me, the master carder, actually. Can I skip this? Or do we have to watch this every time? Okay, yeah. Ugh. This is skippable? I tried pressing start and I tried pressing options. Didn't really get anything, so. I think it's a group thing. Oh, okay, got it. Actually, I think this is gonna be 2. Oh, what the heck? Where'd you come from? Oh! Stell! Hey, how's it going? Welcome in, Raiders! Okay, hold on. I'm gonna skip this ad then, since we have some Raiders coming in. But welcome in, welcome in! I'm gonna give the Raiders a moment to get settled. How was Grand Blue Fantasy? Or Grand Blue Relink? I actually was lurking because I saw you playing. Are you having fun? I hope you're enjoying it. Hello, hello, hello! Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that don't know me, hello, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a brown bear VTuber, like to play a variety of games. I am currently playing through some Persona 3 on Wednesdays, and I'm just kind of doing some Monster Hunter grinding on Mondays and Fridays. But welcome in! Any Raiders who are coming in, if you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, please take care of yourself first. I will be around, no worries at all. But if you're gonna stick around, I hope you enjoy your stay. I want to say I feel a little low energy today. I've had a long Monday at work, but we're going through some Kulve Teroth right now. I love the Wiggler Hub. Thank you! I worked on it last time with... Oh, hello? Can I please? Can I not? There we go. Last time, because I was just like, oh, I need the entire hunting party to be wearing this. Yeah, who are you playing? Have you picked up some characters yet already? You haven't? You're actually waiting. Ooh, are you debating between certain characters right now? Also, hold on. Aru, if you're still listening in, can I get the slash shout out, please, for Stell? You just got a tip that you should wait. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, you did the... Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't see it, so... Because they scale with your level. Oh, I see, I see. I ended up just picking up somebody because I was just like, I want to play Vayne. Yeah, no, don't even worry about the exclamation point one. That one I have auto. It's already automatic for my channel. I only need the slash shout out. It's hard to resist. That's fair. Big sleep. Are we waiting for it? Yeah, thank you, Aru. I appreciate it. Yeah. I know I'm supposed to get one soon, I think, once I finish up what is it? I think another chapter or so. I'm only on chapter 6 or 7. I think I'm on 7. And I'm waiting for Sandalphon, my baby girl, my Roman Empire, my queen. And he comes out in May, so I'm like, okay, I gotta catch up. I gotta do raids. I gotta play. Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun. What chapter did you end up on? And I guess who are you currently playing then, since you're waiting? Okay, I will be so careful here. You just finished the desert. Okay, so you might be a bit ahead of me then. I don't know how much you've been playing. I do know that the game is relatively short, so. Yeah. I don't know if you've played Fantasy. I play Fantasy, which is the mobile game. So, getting to see Relink compared to Fantasy has been so good. Oh god. Oh, nice! Able to watch her play, gonna pick it up when you get paid. Yeah, honestly, Cygames really, did so good with Relink. You love this monster? It reminds me of you, Stel, with all the gold accents. It gives me Yami Yugi vibes, and it just reminds me of you after. Yeah! I truly only ever think about you whenever I see Yami Yugi on my timeline. I'm like, wow, it's Stel's husband. Also, hey, Demonicor! Wait, Wolfie! Hi, Wolfie! I had to think about that for a second. I was like, wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Please, no. You've made it in life. Truly! Truly! You have! I love that it's your branding. Hmm? 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 It's very good branding. No! I'm so sad I whiffed it. Oh, no, 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 no. I cry. Tibbins, be careful, you're low. It's your niche. It's your niche. It's like spelled niche. N-I-C-H-E. I think if that's what you were trying to say. It's good though. It's good. I love it. I love it. No, it's okay. It's okay. I get what you're saying. That's the most important thing. Oh, here, this side. Wait, am I on the right? This side. Wait, no, this side. Where am I going? What the heck? Neith is drawing their last pathetic card so I can end this duel. Wow. Can I please jump down? This stone is in my way. Okay. Okay, I'm going to be careful. I promise. I'm just trying to pick up the shiny bits. Play more safe. Okay, got it, got it, got it. Okay, so we're in the third area now. French words. Yeah, they're weird. It's okay. Also, just a heads up, there are some ads that are going to be playing. Why did I right in front of it? Wait, my cool drinks. Am I burning in here? I am burning in here. Did I bring cool drinks? Oh no. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, okay, I'm good, I'm good. But yeah. Please, please, please go get something to eat. Thank you again, Stel, for sharing your community over here. It's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and Ro and Saku are having a fun time making your game. I'm so excited to see more from that. Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy. Okay. Yeah, so if you guys don't know Stel, please go check her out. She is Lexi's mama. Very cool Oni tuber, very into Yami Yugi. Definitely fits into the niche, and I love it so much. Her design's really cool. Please go check her out if you can. I'm stuck! Okay. I'm stuck! Please, no! I can't see anything! Oh, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire. Who wouldn't be into Adam? Yes. I don't Ratsy, stop typing right now. I didn't mean to wait. Okay, there we go. I was like, where's my radial wheel? He's freaking hot. I understand. Okay, I'm good. I understand. Yes, get some food, get some food. I am so scared of this little corner. He clips into everything and I get stuck. I'm just gonna throw shit. I'm just gonna throw stuff. Oh! I'm just trying to throw stuff at it! Okay. Oh, I don't have any more stuff to throw. Okay. Oh my god, she's so big. Please don't let her know, but she's my idol and mentor. Aww. Don't worry, I won't. But it's a good idol to have. Cold drink, iced tea. Iced tea sounds good, actually. Footprints. What's up? What does that remind you of, Aru? Oh wait, I should not be here actually. No? Maybe? You commissioned? Oh my god, wait, did you already get it? I want to see it so badly. That sounds so funny. That's so cute. Wait! There's a bad idea here. Thank you. Much appreciated. It's in the works? Okay. Oh my god, please share it when you guys get it done. I want to see it so badly. I'm doing my best over here not to die. Oh my god. I'm really trying, I swear. Broke its tail. Holy crap. On the horns? Okay. Okay, one try. Oh my god, I thought that ended us. I'm so sorry. Please. Can I eat again? I think. Am I able to eat again? No eating? No eating. Okay. Welcome back, guys, from the ads. Did I bring a fartcaster just in case? I'll bring it just in case. Oh my goodness. Okay. This is gonna be so hard. I know. We're all just a bit squishy. Oh, I see. That's why they were chill shrooms. Hehe. Makes sense now. Okay. Wait. Where? Okay. So is this area 4 or is this still at area 3? Oh, it looks different. Hello. We have to focus the horns. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna cry. No. Happens a lot in that last area. It's so hard because everything is on fire. Oh my gosh. Listen, it's rough. What is it at now? Level 14? Yeah, the molten gold. Yeah. Oh, it's complete? Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Okay, perfect. So we just got to claim for it, right? Yay! Oh, wait. I pressed the wrong thing. Oh. Incandescent weapon. Ooh. Okay, so what do I get out of these? Just more weapon stuff, right? Praise. I appraise. Oh! Meyer Gold Cutter. Ooh. Ooh. So you get weapons out of these? Okay, wait, that's cool. That's cool. Hold on. I want to see these. Let me see. Thank you guys so much. Oh my gosh. Oh, is there a movie for it? Oh. Weapons are pretty cool. Yeah, they look cool. This is how you get the best pre-Iceborne weapons. Oh, and it's gacha. You're telling me this game's got more gacha than the charms? Even better gacha? Defender's better. Okay. Some of these weapons are a lot better, though, than my current... Hammer? Is this my return to hammer? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Glutton gives... ooh. Water. Thunder. Oh, this one gives me a defense bonus though. Let me switch over for a little bit. Wow, that's such a pretty weapon. You can grind it? Oh, okay, okay. Hello. Oh my god, wait. Your cat is so cute. I'm crying. I still can't get over the line dancing chat. Rat, yours is so cute. Oh. Oh, is that the charge blade? Wow. All these, oh my gosh, the gold is so pretty. I'm so distracted. Her armor set. Oh, it's gun lance. Oh. Damn. Could not be me. Gun lance. Oh. I tried playing gun lance in Rise and I was like, geometry? Points backwards, flies. Whee! But nice. Gun World and Land. Oh, wow. Gun World. I'm a fool. Gun Lance and World is easier to grasp. Okay, okay, okay. Well, I'll try the Greatsword. See how this goes. No Clutch Claw. Oh my gosh. Not all the Wirebug moves and flying across the map. Yeah. Oh no. Let's see, let's see. Oh, so we can just grind it? Oh. Let's see, does anyone want to run gacha again? We run gacha again? Mayhaps? Ooh, yeah. Great doors. Oh, wait. Yours look different? Am I crazy? Is yours upgraded, Wolfie? Yeah, yours looks upgraded. Or at least a different rarity. Not upgraded. Oh. Different variety. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, right. Because, each of the weapons are also different, huh? Yeah, okay. At least I have a rarity 8. That's good. Gonna get some food to eat. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you, Tippins. Oh, hammer is plus 25 though. Am I gonna bring back the hammer? Let me see how hammer is in world. But yeah, let me see. I'm going to very quickly go into my BRB screen. I actually should have stepped away for that other ad break, but I'm gonna use the washroom. I'm gonna get some water. I will be right back, and then we can go back into more. We can either do another. We could do another Kove. I don't mind. Her stuff is pretty. Is that just a chicken stick? That's just a drumstick. That's so silly. Oh my goodness. I love all these weapons so much. They're so ridiculous. I cannot believe. It is hammer time. Yes. Gonna stand up for a bit. Yeah. So I'm gonna take a quick little, I think, honestly, I might take a 5-minute break. Be good. Just to stretch out a little bit. And then we'll get back to it. We can do more Colvay since there's so many people. Might as well, since we can make a lot of progression. Yeah, we'll be right back. If I can get to my BRB screen, that would be great. Okay. I didn't think I was gonna take 5 minutes actually. I just really needed to stand up. I was feeling it in my feeties. Ugh, but let me see. I think some people left, which is fine. But I think there was a quest that came up. Hi, Woofle. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I saw somebody post a quest and jump into one, so I don't know if maybe a group had gone. Am I able to just join? Okay, no, I don't join. I have to begin one to join. But anyways, I hope everybody got some water and had a good stretch. How are you, Woofle? How are you? For these sieges though, do we get more of these besides the Colve? Colve? Because I actually like these. I like that you can have multiple groups going on. Waffle's always looking for his syrup sibling. Farming more wiggly sets. Ooh. There's a master rank siege. Oh. Okay. I can't wait to get into... Oh my god, the jump scare. Hello. But yeah, I think I've definitely seen some of the MR sieges from one of my Oshis, so. Hi there. What is the set that you're wearing? Like, are these event pieces? I'm so curious. Did you just recolor it as best as you could? It's so silly. Oh, okay. Because I've definitely seen the funny sets where like they're basically just shirtless and wearing underwear. I've seen those. I've definitely seen those. Recognize the Dante chest and Direwolf arms. Oh. That one. I keep seeing this one, and it's so stupid. Hello, I would love to farm this eventually. Also, what is your palico? What is that supposed to be? It looks so... Is it a Halloween? Oh my god. I'm going for defense. Please give me defense. I need... Let's see. Yeah, I'll do defense. Maybe Moxie too? And please give me all 3. I would like all 3. Okay, thank god. Oh shoot, I did attack up not paying attention. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, Rhymespire. Also, is it am I saying that right? Rhymespire? Can I call you Rhyme? Or Rim? Is it Rim? I assume you'll run another group. Rhyme! Yes and yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I know Tippins went to go grab some food. We'll go as we go, and we'll just see how far we can get. Careful with the liquid flame. Yeah, I'll try my best. Thank you for the hydrate. Much appreciated. I brought water, but I actually didn't drink it. Ah, there we go. Welcome in, Woofles. You gonna join for this too? I think we have 2 groups going, so it'll be good. Unless you're gonna do more Wiggler sets, please enjoy. I love seeing all the Wigglers. Oh, there it is. Gonna keep working towards wigglers. Yeah, okay, no worries. Lobby is open as usual, though. Tuckered out already? Oh. Oh, wait a moment over here. It carved sling thingy. Stay still, stay still, stay still, stay still. No! Wait. That was a mess. Anyways. I'm just gonna hammer and cry. Okay, I'm glad that some of this is still similar to the wire bug stuff. It's been a while. I'm at the wrong end of this thing. Can I please make it to the front? Ah! Listen. I'm so frustrated trying to run around this thing. It just takes up the entire path. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. It's like wire bugging. I love this. I can do this. I can kind of do this. Where am I going? Where did it go? Wait. Did I go the wrong way? I just started following. Hold the phone. Where did everyone go? I'm gonna go this way. I'm just gonna go back. There you go. There's the blue. Okay. Melody. Oh, all the materials. Oh, what the heck? Hello. She's going. Okay, is she already going to the other area? That was quick. Don't forget to pick up the goals. Yeah. I gotta live, not just survive. Finally break free. I gotta find and proudly move farther. Oh. Ooh, I can't tell if she's staggered or if she's gonna charge up. There's no turning back. Is she sleeping? Okay. I can't believe she fell asleep to that. That's insane. Should I go? Should I go? Ooh. Thank you. Whoa! 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 Oh! I got swiped. Thank God for insurance. Anyways, thank God I got insurance. Yay! Oh my goodness. Okay, what's the quick way? Where's the shortcut? There it is. Rest in peace. Not just survive. Break free. I gotta find and proudly live my life. Wow, okay. Better now, better than, better off now that I see. Oh, nope, 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 nope. For myself, rest in peace, and not just survive. Oh, I'm too squishy for this. Our future. Is it my armor set? Is it fire? Is that what it is? I need to check what my armor set is. I'm wearing the defender set. Is it because am I not fully upgraded? I will stay back. Oh, hi. I'm going to... Thank you. Oh. Ah! Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoever is healing, bless you.
I'm in danger.
I am in danger, Waffles. Oh, nice. You broke the plating. That was quick. Okay. Is rolling. Oh, I'm just gonna spin here. Okay, there we go. Oh my. Thank you. I was full health. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to work on my armor. I'm so sorry, you guys. Oh wait, are you doing you're still doing the other one, right? Woofle. No! Does it just hit really hard? Is there something that I can build other than defender? Doesn't help he's bigger than normal? Oh. Also, I'll also switch my weapon. Gonna head off, but leave an alert. Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much, Waffles. I appreciate it. Always appreciate the lurks. Hold on. Let me... Actually, I actually don't even think I'm wearing my defender set. I'm wearing the Otogaron, which... But it's supposed to be stronger than what I'm already currently wearing. I think when I did this before, Iceborne, any armor would get one-shot by that breath attack. Okay, so just avoid the breath attack, basically. Let me see what my set is. Because again, I am wearing... I think the Otogaron is stronger than my... Yeah, that one's particularly dangerous. Okay. Yeah, I have 341. Let me switch to... Yeah, no. The set I'm wearing already, I think, is definitely stronger than my... The defender one that I already have. I will just eat for defense. I will pick a god and pray. Oh, progress level 7? Okay. We simply... go again. Oh wait, 7 is the last level, right? Is that what it is? Oh my god. Right. Okay, I will eat for defense this time and pray for Moxie. Oh no, okay. Is there a defense with Moxie? Or is it just attack? Will I cry? I will simply cry. Okay, I'm gonna eat for defense. Specialist increases the potency of normal status effects. Oops. Greatly increases. Okay, I'll do this at least. Okay. Is this the only surge that we get for World? Pre-Iceborne? How do we skip this? Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Everyone has to skip the cutscene. Oh, okay. You got DC? No! Can you rejoin back in? Should be able to, right? Not the disappear. Oh, hello. Oh god, I forgot Greatsword is really slow. I should be in front of its face. Please. Oh my god. Where are the bugs? Receive coming. Nice! Please, no! Tragic. Hi. We're just gonna I'm so stuck here. Where's it going? Oh, are you stuck at DC? I'm so sorry. Oh, nice. Oh no, I hope you can get out of the disconnect. I would say Alt F4, but you gotta save too. Ah, I'm getting dragged. Please. I want to get the gold. Nice. I'm still stuck here. Okay, cool. Okay, perfect. I wonder what's been going on, if it's Capcom. Cause if anything, I would have disconnected. Ah, you punk. Well, what the? Okay. Where did it go? Oh. Oh, get its face! Get its face! No! Oh, oh, oh! I got hit! I got hit! Nice. Did you break a horn? Oh, I didn't see. Yeah, parts broken. Nay. I'm slapped here, I swear. Okay. Nope. No, thank you. I'm not going for that. No! Oh! Anyways. Are you still disconnecting, G? I hope you're able to disconnect soon. No! Okay, we had safeguard at least. Still in loading screen? No! I'm so sorry. I hope you can get out of loading hell soon. Please don't look at me. Oh, it's looking at me. Glad to know that safeguard works. Oh, it's still. Oh, was that your food buff? Complication. Oh, goodbye, Snowy. Oh, there you go. Now you're... Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. Oh, I hate that it's in there. In that corner. Can you move here? Please, ma'am? Okay. I got those screaming things, I swear, always get me. I've never seen the underside of his tail so much more intimidating for some reason. Thank you for the hydrate. As soon as I am in a safe spot, I will hydrate. I will need a chat reminder though. Black Veil is finally dead. Congrats, congrats. Heck. I don't know how close that is. Okay. Well, thanks to the cat over there that Or creature. Hi, Bagheera. How are you? Ouch. You're gonna make a charm now so you don't have to put up with that BS again? Oh my god, please. Tired but making yourself stay up so you can download it? Aw. You should get some rest if you can. You can always download it tomorrow, right? There. Hi! Oh, hello. Work tomorrow and the next day so soon. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. But you should definitely... Ooh. Yeah, that's life. Nice. How do we stop it from leaving? Oh shoot, I don't think I'm close enough. Okay, I got the claw. Oh my. Nice, did it there. Need to elaborate on what the BS is, but I don't want to spoil. Okay, no worries, no worries. Is it an Iceborne monster? Oh my god, the other group is putting in work. Oh no! I'm sorry about that. I hope everything is okay now. I would not be working through an asthma attack. Hopefully, they give you a break sooner than later. But yes, Iceborne. Okay, I will wait on it then. Why use? I'm so scared of literally any hit from this monster. No, please. Not me. I should not have been here. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Hello? Okay, there you go. Good now. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I hope it's... Why would they set it to 90? That doesn't sound right. Do you... I'm surprised it's not... Oh, wait. I hope it's not, like, hot where you are. Is it just, like, they set the AC? Or did they put it to the heater? Is that... If that's what you meant. Yeah, it's always gonna be... That's how it's always gonna be. But, like... That just sounds like they set the heater at that point. That's what I'm surprised about. Nice! Oh god, Lone, look at me. Okay. Oh, wait, it has no mantle anymore. Okay, I didn't notice that last time. Yeah, that's not right though. I don't think it should be doing that. Honestly, if you can report your work for that, you should. Yeah, because that just does not sound right. Did we get here before? Hold on. Oh, yeah, this is where we died. Anyways, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Welcome back, Ratsney. Did you get some food? Oh, you're drinking another cool drink, I guess. Nar. What'd you do? Okay, yeah. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, I remember we died here. I am scared. That was too short. Oh yeah, you're resting your gat. As the Zoomers say. What does that mean, Ratsney? Can somebody explain that to me? Ah. Why is it so hard? I want to get a quest pass, please. Kubi was a what? Ratsney. You're speaking a whole different language to me. Are you a Zoomer, Ratsney? Are you a Zoomer? Is that what I'm learning? That was close. Yeah. You guys put in so much work. Geez. Yeah, thank you, Kale. Bring ancient potions and rations. Okay. Well, at least it's complete. Let's see what I get. No rainbow. According to my science, my frontal lobe is not won't fully develop till the age of 40 as far as I know. Oh. Does it have to do with like ADHD or any of the like? Yeah, I need to see first also if I can see what weapons I get. Is that a double plate? Oh. Cold poison. Trail slicer. Sword and shield. Ooh, insect glaive. Sleep. Sleep is good. And a hunting horn. Ooh. We'll take everything. ADHD, autism, trauma. Yeah. I've definitely heard about that before. I've definitely heard that it could affect your frontal lobe development and whatnot. Bring ancient potions and ration. Let me see if I can even make any. I am not cosplaying as Ronald McDonald. It is a rhyme over there. It just refuses to give you a charge blade. Is that what you're waiting for? Let me oh, hold on. I might need to buy some stuff. But let me see. Did I get a... Yeah, I did not get a charge blade. Oh wait. I did get a charge blade. This one. God, it's so pretty though. Oh, I didn't want to change to it though. Wait, no. Ratsney. Ratsney. You got some switch axes. Okay, cool. Where was I? Yeah, I have... Oh yeah, I did get a charge blade. I'm sorry, I mixed it up with the switch axe. I always get the charge blade and the switch axe mixed up for some reason. Yes. Good night, cow. Good night, good night, good night. They I don't know why. It just happens that way in my head. Did I get a longsword? I did get a longsword, right? I did. I'm gonna try it out. Let me switch it. Oh my goodness. Take care, take care. You sleep. Add another mantle of vitality if you have it. Okay, so that's actually another question. How do I use mantles? Are those are just items, right? Coffee and curry. Ooh, do you have enough to share with the class? Tippins, are you sharing? Also, adding instant coffee to your curry, to your Japanese curry, is so tasty. Please, if anybody has ever tried it, you should. Oh, I see. That'd be a good idea, huh? Vitality! Look at that! I know how to equip mantles. Because I'm a... Kale. Okay, I have a vitality mantle. Let me see if I can make some more. I don't have Kelpie horns, that's the problem. Let me go check my things. I'm gonna go down real quick and then I'm gonna buy some more stuff. This one is neat though. Which one? What's that one? Oh, what's that one? Oh, is that the sword and shield? Oh, it's pretty. I think I got that one too. Yo, you Al. Yes, I do. I like to switch it up. Sometimes I'll add instant coffee. Oh, sorry to those who are going to be in the ads. Let me know if you can still hear me. We'll continue my conversation. Sometimes I like adding instant coffee. Other times, it's actually also really tasty to add. I like using Honeycrisp apples and honey. Those are good. Those are good. Never heard of coffee and curry? Yeah. Just add like I specifically will add the 114 blend of the UCC coffee into it. Maybe like honestly add maybe just like a quarter teaspoon of instant powder. And then if you don't like that, I again do coffee and some coconut milk. That's good. Other than that, I will do honey and apples. Those are really good. Yeah, it can get pretty strong, so. Where's my thing? Honey and apple? Yeah, it is very tasty. I highly suggest it. Oh, speaking of apple enthusiasts. Where's just the place to... Is it this guy? This guy. Hi, BK.
It's you!
Just fight yourself in the other group so you can control what happens. Do I mind if you break the horns? No, I don't mind. I don't mind. I feel like I'm holding you guys back. I apologize. So I'm good to just go for the ride if everyone is okay with that. What is this gonna sell if I do auto sell all trade in items? I'll do it. You waddled back with an empty... Ooh, welcome back, Geo. Are you not sleeping? Welcome back, everybody, from ads. Was just continuing the curry conversation. Instant coffee is good. And then honey and apples is also good. Usually if I do instant coffee, I'll add a bit of coconut milk too, and it's very tasty. 7 a.m. is a reasonable time. Have you slept, though, is my question, Geo. Let's see. Sleep is for when Guma ends. Wait. Ratsney, you too, please. Please, you guys. Get some sleep. I'm crying. Let me just stock up, I guess. Because I didn't realize I was, what do I have? Oh, I don't have any in my... Okay, I don't have anything I can trade in. The song is pretty good, right? It is good. Hold on. Is my thing working? Does that work? No! Okay, I'll have to fix that. Let me just post the song if you want that. Oh. I just want to share this song, please. There it is. Here you go. Just for you, Aru. You got it. Instant or freeze-dried coffee. Instant coffee is good. I will typically use a Japanese brand instant coffee, the UCC brand, specifically blend 114. Throwing yourself in the dark lands of live 2D. Hold on. I will start up another group in a moment. Sorry, guys. If I last long enough. Oh, I don't think I'll last that long. Oh, now I have a layered armor. Yay. Okay. Coming up. I think that was all I needed to track here. Myself. Open up another session for brain is at a drop off point, so I think I'm done. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for joining, Wolfie. I appreciate it. To go insane. Yeah, so if anybody wants to join, we're still gonna run it. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot make any ancient potions. And I do not have rations. Ancient and max potions. Yeah, I can't make those yet. I need to start gathering more. Have some good sleep, Wolfie, if you're gonna head to bed. Again, thank you for the hunt. Would suggest melding those. Yeah, I need materials. No, I can't put anything on my set. Oh, do I? Was I not looking? Oh, pfft. I have some. I'll get those. Okay. I should set that on my loadout so I don't forget. Anything else I should bring? I think that's okay, right? White seed. Yeah. It's been a while, and I'm honestly only looking on the left side of my screen. I guess I'll bring a demon drug as well. I need all the buffs. I think it's pretty much all I'll bring. Rations and... okay. Okay. No, I do have some rations already, yeah. Okay. Think I should be good. Oh, let me eat. Uh-oh. Did you disconnect? Did you disconnect, G? Hi, Stelly. How are you? Huh? Yeah, it said you withdrew, so wasn't sure if you DC'd again. Suffering the tropical heat. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'll wait a moment if you need, G. What have you been up to lately, Stelly? Anything fun? Yeah, I'm a little wiggly. Little wiggler head. You can go ahead. Okay, no worries. We'll do. Anybody else going to join? I don't know if you're gonna join again, Rats. Tippins. Oh, Tippins, you're eating. Tippins, you're eating. Oh, wait another minute. Gonna start Elden Ring. First ever Souls. Like, ooh. Excited. Eating will rejoin soon. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, I see you, G. I wish I could play Souls-like games. They're so fun to watch, but I feel like sometimes I just like, oh, I struggle a bit. Oh, thank you for hanging around, Fallen. I appreciate it. No worries to be lurking. I hope that my screaming does not startle you. That's the only thing I ask for. But I hope you do get a good sleep whenever you get there. I hope my voice can put you to sleep. I did finish Code Vein. That's actually what I was getting to. I liked Code Vein for a first Souls-like game because it was like, yes. Easy. And you can the only thing I didn't like was that what is it called? The progression, though. It sucks because you have to, if you play multiplayer, you both have to do a clear. So I played with Tuna, Code Vein. We're actually supposed to play some Neo as well at some point, and what is it? Can't remember. What else? Oh. It'd be good if I ate my my rations, huh? Where's my ration? Where's my ration? Where's my ration? There it is. Oh wait, that was maxed. Hee. What else? What else? What else? But yeah, well, we have been playing some Remnant offline, meaning to get back into that. Oh, there's everybody. Um, and I keep getting so distracted. What is it called? We want to play eventually Remnant 2 on stream, but just have not had the time. On top of coding and everything that we've been doing off stream. Yeah, is this your favorite hunt? I hope you're enjoying it. Not sure if this is the right place to ask. Personally, I will not be able to answer. Maybe somebody in chat can answer, though. SNS and Charge Blade, which is a better experience at higher skill levels. I feel like that might be preference, though, when it comes to weapons. Nice. Yeah, I feel like that's a big preference. Just depends on what you play, what you enjoy. Like me, I swap around weapons all the time because I'm just like, oh, not feeling this. Yeah, basically, like, I'll switch from, like, what is it, from heavy weapons to smaller weapons, mainly because I'm like, I kind of want to go fast this time. I want to feel like I'm speeding. Yeah, Charge Blade, but max movement is not great. I do have a lot of friends who prefer Sword and Shield. I do find that. Oh my gosh. So it's really up to you. If you feel like you're too slow with the Charge Blade, you know, just maybe switch it up every couple hunts. Yeah. Yeah, it is slow to start up. But I mean, it's kind of a switch around, right? Like you have a slow startup, but you get bigger numbers. If you're using a faster weapon, you're gonna have smaller ones. That kind of. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Dual Blade in World. Dual Blade in Geo. And then Glaive in World. Yeah, yeah. So it really depends. Like, again, in Rise, I switch around from Hunting Horn to Hammer to Longsword. I only picked up Dual Blades in World because I was just like, oh, I was doing some solo hunts for a little bit. And it was really slow. Originally, I started off with Hammer, and then I was like, maybe I'll do Dual Blade. Both weapons are viable. SNS is more versatile, more fun for you. Yeah. Again, I really think it's just, it all comes down to preference. Oh, we're at that point in my playlist where the Tagalog music is playing. Sorry. Apologies to anybody who's actually listening to my music. This is where the Tagalog music comes in. All hunter solo. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're solo hunting, you're probably gonna like faster weapons. Lakad matataga. Wait. Rasty? Do you understand Tagalog? These items are unsheathed, which is pretty. Rasty? Huh? Giving me a jump scare. Sheathing on Charge Blade is very painful. Pills, drugs, and mists. I don't know, like, I'm having a hard time with the controls in World because I'm so used to Rise, but I feel like in Rise, like, you can do hammer pretty quick if you just do your combos and skip the animations, right? Constant buff of time while I was out sounds nice, yeah. Wait, I'm on the, let me. If you guard, you can use items while sheath. Yeah. Oh, I just noticed there's a gold right there. Ah! I would like to carve it eventually. Oh god, it's looking. Oh god, it's looking. Where are you looking, actually? No! No, 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 I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Oh, 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 whoever healed me, thank you. Oh my god. Perfect Rush does some absolute, yeah, absurd damage, yeah. Anyways, don't mind me here. Carvin. I'm looking for a quest pass tonight. Praying. Oh, Glimstone! Let's go. Sword and shield is consistent throughout the fight. Yeah, honestly, if you already have some sort of preference, then I think you should just stick with what you prefer. I do think that Sword and Shield is pretty good for solo hunts from friends who do solo Sword and Shield. Nice. Dropped a bunch of hours into Charge Blade. Enough for a decision, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can't give you too much of an opinion for World. I'm a very, very casual, like, I'm gonna go for this because I like the vibes of this for a fight. Or if I feel like I'm getting frustrated with slow weapons, I'll switch over to a fast weapon. Sunbreak, I mained heavy weapons. Hunting Horn and Hammer, let's go. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. No, 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 no. Wait. Oh, Tippins, Tippins, I shake your hand. Oh, I shake your hand. I salute you. Someone did a fucky wucky. Can we eat? Can we eat again? No, I don't think we can eat again. Just pals carting together, you know? Okay, where are we going here? I saw it happen. We were both on the wrong side. We should not have been there. Where's my Russian? Oh, was I still not maxed in my health? I was just not paying attention. There you go. Thank you for the reminder, D. Nice, nice. Yeah. Tippins, this feels like a very iffy spot to be. Okay, there you go. Yeah, good luck on your decision, Zonex, on what you're gonna play. Are you not interested in doing, like, online play with friends, or, like, obviously, just online community? Please. Okay, I picked it up. Cool. Ah, please! Thank you. Oh my goodness. Ah, audio crunchy. Thank you. I forgot to change that a little bit earlier. I'm gonna walk away for a moment. Don't know why my game sound always tends to reset like that. Let me know if that's better. Ah. Thank you. Yeah, I always forget to do that during my my ad breaks or my BRB screens, so I don't even have to worry about it during the game. Success. No. Welcome in, Raiders. Apothecary raid. Hello, Pazi Senpai. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in, NS and Yuta. What are you up to? Thank you for the shout out. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Oh. Are you friend? Are you friend? Hello? What are you playing? Scar of the Doll. Ooh. Wow, that is a title for a game though. Hello? Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that don't know me, hello. My name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a Usade Brown Bear VTuber. Like to play a variety of games. Currently just kind of what's it called? Grinding through some oh my god. The Terrath. Yeah, the Terrath. Wait, no way. Ain't no way. Hello. Nice to meet you. Let me get a follow. Please do not leave. No, I lost the message. Okay, I can press your name. Get a follow for you. Let me check you out. How was your stream? I hope you had a good stream. Oh! No way! No. You're so sweet. Thank you. Oh my god. I'm so on and off with art. I really want to get back into it. I'm hoping to get back into maybe like some late evening art streams soon. But I have so much stuff right now that I'm just like, I'm barely just trying to get back to streaming. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. Oh my god, it's so fun to meet like mutuals and whatnot. I don't know how late it is for you, but if it is late for your community and for yourself, I understand if you gotta raid and run. If you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep. Absolutely get it. Please take care of yourself first. I'll be here for a little bit. But if you're gonna hang around, I hope you enjoy your time here. Wait, did somebody post a quest? Hold on. I see a Rat has posted a quest. I'll pick up a quest from Rat. I think I could join one, right? Yeah. It's a horror VN. Ooh. Yeah. Aru, shill your friend. Please. I will have to go check you out. Oh my goodness. One of the nicest. Oh, I can't wait. Well, is there space in this one? Is there space? I jump in this one. Thank you. Yeah. Already simping on Pazu. I am Aru's BF, quotation marks, bear friend. And just restock everything. Do I have anything? Restocks whatever I have. Okay, got it.
Go.
Cool. Anastassia, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, sorry, big fan. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, shoot. Did I get left behind? Oopsie. Whoopsie. I did not stand by. My bad. Gun squad go burr. Ayo! Oh my god. Step bro. Step bro. Wait, who's step bro emote? Okay, Aru, where's your step bro emote from? Is that from Pazu? Or is that from somebody else? I have to know. I cry when I think about it. It makes me laugh every time. Step sis for today. Step sis. Yeah, just doing some hunts. It is open lobby. If anybody plays some Monster Hunter World, we are actually just doing some sieges right now. It's my friend. Oh, the gold is here. I did not notice. Don't mind me. Are you guys all using bow guns? Hold on. I'm crying. Oh my god! Bowgun supremacy. I see how it is, Rat. Pazu's Iris and Iris is Pazu. Oh. Yeah, absolutely. Please. Oh my gosh. I'm still baby when it comes to raiding. I've been doing the EX trials from ARR all the way up until Endwalker, synced with a pretty good casual static. Aru occasionally subs in. We have a fun time there. But we're gonna get into some savages soon. This stupid little thing, please. But yeah, oh my god, more Final Fantasy friends. Lip bites, smiles, fingers together. This, I'm gonna scream. When I sub in, I just find any way to insult the boss. Yeah, the boss, yeah. Like, bowgun meta is real. Stelly, bowgun appreciator. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's nice to I guess more so officially meet you. Pazu? Is it Pazu? Can I just say Pazu? Is it okay? Where the heck am I? Oh, there it is. Nuggets. I'll pick up nuggets. That's fine. I'm so sorry. I just realized my playlist has hit the part where I was just listening to Filipino music for like a couple days. Pazu came to visit me. No way! Pazu's fine. Perfect. I will refer to you as such. You can call me Goomba, or you can call me Goomba. I have a couple people who call me Goomy. Any creative nickname is fine with me. Where the frick? Oh my god. Listen, Aru also took me to Waffle House. Did you take Pazu to the same Waffle House, Aru? The same one? I think I've had that's great. I had Waffle House like twice, three times? Twice when I went to visit Aru back in December before his birthday. I took my stepbro and my bear friend. How cute! A+. So we all know each other vicariously through Aru. That's great. I love that. I love that so much. It'd probably be smart if I wore my mantle too, huh? Yeah, it would be. And took a max potion. Yeah, that would be smart too. And some rations. Yeah. Stuff I've been forgetting to do because I get distracted yapping. Ari, hello, is that Aru and Gumari couple name? Is that our OTP ship name? Oh my god. Pazu's good in a DVD. One day I'll play DVD. One day. Save sleep in area 4. All this Waffle House talk. Honestly, okay, I miss the Waffle House we went to. I miss Waffle House. Pazu Lost Guma Aru DVD collab when? Okay, but Lost doesn't play anybody else, anything but Killer, right? Pazu also, oh my god, Pazu also knows my best gamer friend, Lost Then Found. Hold on, Aru, get this man a shout out. Get Lost a shout out. Get a Lost shout out in chat right now. Oh my god. I swear, Aru knows all good people. Thank you. Y'all don't know Lost. Fog Gamer Pal. Plays a lot of... Ah! Oh my god, rat! Plays a lot of gacha and I could heal. The world is... I just got rolled on. The world is connected. I swear to you, half the people I know is from Aru. I will never forget literally having Aru visit me. Or what is it? When we found out that we both knew Semi Sin. Oh, this is the wrong mantle. Wait, do I have... Our mantles are not one-time use, are they? Wait, they are? Wait. Are mantles one-time use? They have a cooldown. Okay. Scared me. I was like, where's my vitality mantle? Because it's not even in my loadout. My pronouns are I'm him. Aru is main character. Aru gives main character. Oh wait, we still in the other area? I would love to see a web of connections. Honestly, I know quite a few people just through circles of circles. Like if I have never met them, I'll at least know their name. I don't hang out too much on Twitter Spaces too often or Discord Spaces too often, but if I see you in a stream, I'll probably recognize your name. So it's funny. It's funny whenever the circles converge. Like, I know a lot of the Monster Hunter VTubers, VTubing community. Like Amalia Solaris, Yura VT, or Yura Sakae now. But, yeah. Do I have cool drinks? Please tell me I have cool drinks. Dungeon permanent, temporal mantle. Just become eternal. I wish. If it's not my loadout, then I didn't equip it. Oh, did I? I thought I equipped it. I had to equip earlier, but I guess not. Aru the man into the Aruverse. Truly, we are living in a simulation, and it's Aru's simulation. But yeah, I feel like I know... Oh, nice! Good job. I feel like it's just really silly funny whenever I get to meet people through Aru and just knowing like, oh yeah, I know this person through Aru. But yeah, VTubing community is pretty small. There's definitely friends of friends. It's pretty crazy to meet who you meet. Sleep? Does this mean what are you doing? Let it sleep? Let it. Huh? I definitely keep to myself too much, and that's okay. That is perfectly fine. Just in my own little world. I feel like that too sometimes. I'm more amazed by people... Oh, there it goes. I'm much more amazed by those who work full-time jobs and stream and still socialize. Like, again, I'm a boomer, so I need sleep or else I cry and I just don't function well. Also, I do like to appreciate the peoples that I do meet and get... Wait. Are you bombing? It's sleeping? It's sleeping? Is that what you guys are doing? Yeah. Yeah. Do I have any bombs? Hold on. I do not have bombs. Go forth. I do. Well, you know, it's fine. Nice. Yeah. Honestly, it's fine to stay in your own little bubble. It's fine to have social circles. Nothing wrong with either or. Sometimes you just have to have, what is it? I guess the energy for it as well, too. I have a very, very small social battery, personally. I have friends who don't take up social battery, which is amazing. And then I do have friends. Yeah, good friends over many friends, in my opinion. Yeah, quality versus quantity. It's fine to have a lot of, quote-unquote, a lot of friends. I mean, it's kind of how you get to meet, you know, you never know who you're going to meet until you meet them, right? I'm so sorry. Irvin Bliss, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay here in the cafe. Small circle gang, meanwhile introverts. Oh, did you guys do it? Oh my god, wait. I have a minute and a half to make it. Hold on. Oh my god, will I make it? 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 Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. I can yap as soon as I carve. I have a minute and a half. I'm taking the slide. I'm doing everything I can. No! Wait, I'm so sad I didn't get to see the cinematic. That makes me so sad. Oh god, wait. Is it down there? Tell me I'm going the right way, please. Oh no, no. I'm numing! I'm numing! Please. Please, I'm running! Give me my loot! Oh my god. I made it. Oh my god. Why is there only horns left? What happened? I didn't see the cinematic. Sag. I'm carving for my life. One more time. We gotta see the cinematic, you guys. For me, the streamer. Popped up from bed just to say yes, it is very hard doing a full-time job and trying to be a VTuber. Yeah, like, I work full-time. I am also currently doing coding. I am also trying to get back into streaming, so, like, it's hard because I want to do everything. I want to spend time with my friends, but unfortunately, I have to manage my time as much as I can. And like, if I don't, like, if you know me, like, just because we don't talk doesn't mean anything is wrong. I'm just busy. I apologize for that. I will try to make time when I can. Unfortunately, my social battery is also very small. But do you know me? I don't know. Mr. Crimson Shepherd, do you know me? Oh, we just break off our horns. Okay. The horn was the monster all along. Yes, it is the Kulviteroth. Yeah. But yeah, if you know me, like... Thank you for the hydrate. Hi, Komi. Never heard of this Gumari fella, man. Who is this guy? Who is this skeleton here? I'm actually double hydrating because I forgot that G gave me a hydrate earlier, but I was in the middle of hunting. It's going! The hunting is going good. The Ronald is so ominous. I know, rhyme is so silly. Straight up in the screen. Yeah, I'm that person. Like, I will still talk to you, even if we do not, like, I will treat you like normal, you know? Like, we're still friends. It's fine. You don't need to be talking to me every day. That's perfectly okay. Alright, what'd I get? What'd I get? Drifter, gold scimitar, thief, oh, hunting horn, katana. Okay. I got a sword and shield. I have another of these. Oh, wait. Okay. Numb. Lincoln Park, okay. Alright. Also, is it okay? Okay, NS Rita. Is it okay if I say Rita? Is that easier? Frappuccino clip. What Frappuccino clip? What Frappuccino clip? Even the mention of Fraps being despair. Also, I feel that. Yeah. Rita's always been your name. Okay, got it. Just want to make sure. How does this game compare to Rise? It's very different. Rise is very, very easy compared to this. I feel like they give you a lot of, What? Who clipped me? I have not seen the clips yet. I've been streaming. Who did this? I'm checking right now. Ryu. Okay, I will probably shorten it to Ryu for convenience sake because my mind. Who clipped me? Ratsney. Yeah, but prep. Wait, why'd you clip me? What did I do? What'd I do? But yeah, I think Rise is definitely a lot easier than World. I love all the quality of life stuff they do. The wire bugs make things so much simpler. And this one, there's a lot more added to it. Hi, Irvin. Num Num is fine. Nogami. Oh, wait. I like Num Num. Num Num is cute. I'm gonna call you Num Num, okay? You've given me approval, so I will say Num Num. I'm dead. But yes, that is Ronald McDonald. The Ronald McDonald in my Monster Hunter lobby. Heading out, Rat. Take care. Thank you for hunting. Much appreciated. Let's make freaking lose it. Yee, thank you, Rats. Ugh. I am gonna get some mixed sleep with my McPillow and my McSheets. Nice. I hope you McRest. God, wish that were me. McRip me, the McSleep. I'm crying. Yay! Thank you. Thank you everybody for hunting. Oh, why is that so high up from my face? Give you a thank you for the nya redeem. I can never figure out how else to change the inflection of saying nya, so it just always ends up being a really weird, uncomfortably sexy nya for some reason. Yeah, I think I might actually call it here. I want to say that's kind of a good point for me to stop as well. I've honestly just been yapping. Sexy nya. I'm sorry, I'm not a lewd tuber. You're not gonna find that from me. Just go incredibly. I don't know if I. Oh, Love Slayer. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? How's it going? Nice to see you again. How does one sexy nya? I have no idea. Oh my gosh. What were we playing? What were we playing? I'm waiting for the little auto shout out to happen, but welcome in. For those of you that don't know me, hello, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a Usudi Brown Bear VTuber. I like to play a variety of games. Just did some hunts for the night. I'm actually just kind of winding down now. But yeah, if anybody has to go at, I don't know how to greet raiders when I'm like winding down. Oh wait. Let me make sure I'm in the middle. Hold on. I can do this time. I know how to take photos this time. How do I wave? How do I wave? I'll just do a cutesy pose. I'm just gonna look cute. Didn't give us playing Path of Titans. Nice. I feel like you were playing that last time. But I'm good. Again, winding down for the night. We just did some hunts for the evening. How do I... Let's see. What do I do here? I get a photo of everybody. Oh, Woofles. Ooh, that's a good pose, Woofles, right there. Hold on. I want to get a picture of everybody before anything else. How do I hide my UI display? I think that took a picture. Took the picture? Yeah, I'll leave it right there so that yeah, raiders who are coming in, you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep. Please do take care of yourself first. I know the tricky leg has me crying. Rhyme has the best freaking layered armor in this game. It's so good. Ronald McDonald Fried Chicken, tasty. I don't know how to do a deep... Yeah. I don't have a very deep voice. I can't do it. That's the deepest you're gonna get. Remember that the Wigglers are always watching ya. Yeah. But yeah, anybody who is coming in, anybody who is new, Death Growl, yeah, I wish I could. Oh my gosh. Wait, I'm dead. Snowy. I was like, what is that sound? And it's Snowy. It's Snowy grunting. Hello? Oh my gosh. What is that? What is that? I'm dead. The Ronald McDonald. Oh yeah, please. Everybody look at Rhyme's outfit. It's great. It's such a good outfit. Listen, they did so good. I approve of it. It's very good. It's a very good outfit. You've only just heard that sound? Uh-huh. Yeah, I gotta go through and fix all my little Monster Hunter messages. Not sponsored, by the way. McDonald's, please sponsor this person. But yeah, anybody new who came in for join for the hunts, I am pretty much keeping Monster Hunter weekly. It's probably just gonna be, it's mainly gonna be my Mondays, so Monster Hunter Mondays. Occasionally Fridays, maybe a weekend, but right now I have some other stuff planned. We'll see. If you would hold on, I'm gonna wait. Just want to make sure I can tab out. Okay, I can tab out. There you go. I'm gonna show my Discord for a moment. I do have a Discord. If you would like to get stream pings, you can get them there. I usually stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Occasional weekend, depending on how much workload I have. And if you don't want to get the stream pings, but you do want to get the Monster Hunter pings, I do have a Hunter's Roll. So anytime I'm streaming and playing Monster Hunter, you are welcome to join. I will always ping the Hunter's Roll. Yeah. Thank you guys so much again. Other than that, I have socials. I Again, I'm not too active on Twitter at the moment. I'll tweet my little brain rot every now and then, and I'll tweet whenever I have stream planned. But again, you don't have to follow me there if you want to just get the Discord notifications. Perfectly fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. I just have weird brain rot on there. It's fine. Oh, I'm gonna skip those for a moment. We're gonna snooze that. Lamau. No! Ratsney! Wait. I have to watch that Frappuccino clip after. I'm gonna watch it after. Yeah. Yeah, let me find somebody to raid. Let me see who's on. Let me see. Who is on? Let's see. Ooh, can I raid a friend I haven't raided yet? Let me see, how long has he been playing? Oh, okay, perfect, I can. Okay. We're gonna raid over to a new friend of mine. I met him through Splatoon. If you have the emotes, you can use the raid message with the emotes. If you have, if you don't, you can use the one with the hearts. I'd really appreciate it if you could stick around for the raid so we can send some support over to another person. I appreciate everybody who dropped in today. Pazu, nice to meet you. Love Slayer, thank you so much. Who else? Estelle! Anybody from Stell's community, thank you so much. Nice to see you. And also Cal. Always appreciate seeing everybody. And Ratsney! I forgot Ratsney! Oh my god. Thank you, Ratsney. I'll miss you. Yeah. It's so we're gonna go raid over to a friend of mine that I met from a mutual Bonsai Rai. He's doing some Fortnite. Looking a little silly. Yeah, I would appreciate if you could stick around for the raid, say hi, just send some love. If you gotta lurk afterwards, I completely get it. I would appreciate if you can. Let me start a raid, Bonsai Rai. Yeah, thank you guys. Oh my god, yeah, Ronald is having a Ronald's having a time. Rhyme. You're so funny. I can't get over it. Yeah, other than that, I will be back on Wednesday, same time as today. Just gonna do my more RPG slogging. I'm playing some Persona 3 Reload. Hope to catch you there. If not, I'll see you next week for some more Monster Hunter. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay safe, and take care. Good night. Bye-bye.